It's not the dishwasher, it is other stuff that is happening. Undefined variable A. You can't use A after I changed it. Speed this up a little bit. A lot. Are the stripes going to become waves? Who says they're not waves already? Who are you to say what is a wave and what is not a wave? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a lot of stripes. Okay, so So now we could like write these into a specular or like a height buffer or something, the so-called foam buffer. See, the problem is, well, we'll deal with it later. Okay, let's see in our ocean shader, the so-called foam buffer, water foam, color. Why is there? So we do have two different maps. We just never used them both at the same time, I guess. Or something. Or they were used by different... Okay. So particle buffer depth. Nobody uses this. Maybe that was added. Yeah, I don't know. Normal from height. So it's trying to get normals. So this is like taking a delta itself. Whoever wrote this didn't know that you could do ddx and ddy, or didn't want to. And there's no comment telling me which one. We can try using this and see if it makes sense anyway. And then these variables are very, like, what is LRTB? That's in 4 directions. Wait a minute. Build fluid normal. This is just not how, like, this was one version and this was another version. How are we doing flow? Just giving the tiles a direction in the map. But yeah. So basically right now, when you edit a level, you set up the initial state of where the rivers go, right? There are explicit gameplay rivers that move stuff. And so it's level designed to say what those are. And then, you know, as a player on some levels, you have the tools to change those in some way. So they're kind of dynamic, but it's always one tile at a time. Now, aside from that, there is this question of like, don't we want some nice non-gameplay ambient flow in the background of the level that the artist can control? And the answer is probably yes. But I don't think that's that hard to add. So the thing that I'm thinking right now is I'm just going to go for like stationary ocean outside those rivers, and then just, you know, try to have nice rivers, and we'll see what happens with that. DDX is screen space, but that doesn't matter. Is this implementing the paper from last night? No. No. And honestly, when it comes to rivers and stuff, like if the seams are not good between those squares and the rest of the ocean, we can always like generate some particles along the edges, right? That fill in or whatever. So I'm not that worried about being able to solve that problem, right? The question is just, how do we do it in a way that looks good, or looks the best and looks stylish, and is something that we can control? Because we're going to have hundreds of levels with water on them, literally hundreds. And so we want to be able to have different kinds of water. You know, we want to be able to style it really differently. Okay. So this was like an old thing. This is a very manual getting a normal. This is like a less manual getting a normal. But still, it's like getting it from 3 samples instead of 5. But just use DDX and DDY, man. That's what I think. But we'll use this for now and see if it works. So what we're going to do is we're going to first switch what buffer we're drawing into again. We're going to go back to the drawing into the other thing. And, oh, did I just exit my editor? God. Later, we're going to want to draw into both because we're going to want color as well. But for now, you just go into one of them. So we're going to do this again. So that, I think, should put us in the other buffer because I switched something earlier in the stream. So now we shouldn't really, I mean, I don't know what it'll look like because, I mean, maybe we're going in, but I mean, oh, because we set it not to foam. Bro. We got to set it back so that we know the difference between this and other particles. Like, I don't like the terminology that it's foam, right? I don't think that's really how it should be thought about, but I also don't know where the other particle source is coming from. Achoo! Okay. There we go. Achoo! Okay. Now, I must have coronavirus. That's what that is. Almost, because the deltas are actually identical across 2 by 2 pixel block. Yeah. That's a reason not to use it, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Well, hopefully I saved that. Let's see. Okay, so yes. So now this is going back into that other buffer. And we want to stop doing the weird stuff that we're doing. Okay, we want to stop doing all this fake lighting that we're doing, right? And we want to say well, first, let's make it 0. Great, that worked. So like when we go to the ocean, where is it getting the like what coordinate is it sampling out of the map? The red coordinate. So if I just add into the red coordinate, and leave lots of room for overlap. All right, well, you can see there's sort of normals on the water now. It might be too subtle for Twitch chat. That's times 0.1 times 0.3. So there's definitely... So I don't know why these are a frame off. See how they kind of lag around. We're going to have to look at that. So they're not the best waves ever, but we didn't make a research paper. So, you know, I don't understand. So this shader is not really... Notice how the reflection is green, right? That's like a metallic ocean. So that's weird. Like it should be white. So let's investigate that. Why is the ocean very metal noise pollution? Like, is it a setting in the material? Like, I don't know. We have this material system that people have been adding that I'm sure is great, but I don't know how to use it very much. So like if I select the ocean, right? Oh, sorry. Materials. We have some stuff here. Like it's using the shader Ocean Sea, which is what I'm editing. Like this is probably some stuff that I've disabled. It was just in here for experimentation, right? Tint map, that doesn't seem to be working right now, so we're gonna have to investigate that. Let me make a list of stuff because we just want everything to be good, right? So like let's figure out why the tint map doesn't work. Or like this color that we're seeing looks like It could be just from 0, 0 in the tint map, see, because it's green down there. So we have to look at that. Like, why are there two particle systems? We want a color map for the ocean particles. And we want specular color. So one reason why this would be weird is if this material was set to like metal somehow, right? And I need to maybe start learning these debug views. And that's our tone mapper freaking out. Okay. Is this water powerfully using ATN2 polymorphic harmonic subsurface scattered Fauci? You forgot the perspective projection. Water settings. Refraction. Grid and ripples. So we're still using a few of these, but a lot of these are disabled right now. And that makes it confusing because there's so many of them. Okay. I don't see anything here that would make it metal. You know what I mean? So I sort of think that that's just happening in here. So let's just see, what do we do with the normal? Whoops. We get the normal. We use that to refract and stuff. Let's see what that does to our other stuff. Like, oh, look at that. See? The water's going by and it's like flippeting. See, still? That part still works. I didn't totally break it. Flippity flappity flu. Flippity flappity flu. Way back here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay. Good that that still works. I didn't break everything. All right. Why? Okay, depth fade, we've messed with that the other day. Gameplay grid, we're not touching that. We want to figure out the specular. Let's just look again. Where is this normal used? Normal. Init shading context. Okay, and then that's it. So I don't remember how this stuff works. Ugh. I don't know how this stuff works. Oh, the other thing we should do is we should not do this alpha blend up here. That's like, that's not good. Okay. Okay, since I don't... Like the incident luminance must be very yellow on this level. Right, so this is... I don't know what transmitted to incident means. What does that mean? Can we just take this out for a second? It's not in the mesh right now because it's a generated mesh, so... yeah, like this is still pretty low frequency waves relative to what we might like. Well, maybe not, because when you zoom back, let me just see if I do times 10. Oh. Okay, that's coming from the water, I guess. It's very weird. But where does the frickin' specular happen? That's what I want to know. All right. So this must all be in just PBR shaded. PBR. So we have our metalness factor. We can force that to 0 to make sure. That didn't matter. Evaluate punctual light. Like, I don't frickin' know why it's yellow. That's all I want to know is why is it yellow? We're going to recompile a bunch of shaders because I just edited this frickin' thing. That didn't matter. That should mess everything up real bad. Oh, back 3. All right. So that's just saying there's a specular contribution of 1 to everything, which is fine. Oh. Yeah, it may just be that the light is really yellow. Let's see. Okay. I mean, it doesn't look that yellow, but let's make it completely white. That didn't really help. Let's make it purple. Like, that color is not frickin' changing. Yeah. We're not doing the NVIDIA paper. We're not doing the NVIDIA paper. Okay, so the only place that color is going to come from in here is this F0 that we compute back here. So I should be able to set So I want to at least investigate this ctx.reflectance. All right, and base color. One of these is probably wrong. Now what did I mess up? V3. I gotta stop thinking this GL knows. Shut up. Now I really messed it up. So is this a scalar? That's the albedo or something? I don't freaking understand what is going on, why the water's metal. Oh, we set it up here anyway, so that should tell me. All right, it's not affecting the color of this frickin' thing no matter what I do. Okay, let's just, let's look at this down here. We're just going to take the first term and chop the second term. Okay. First term has no specular. First term is all the refraction, I guess. Okay. Second term. Totally jacked. That's our tone mapper freaking out. I've filed a bug on that one. But I don't understand why either of these terms alone is really weird and then only both of them together. I don't know. So George, should I move to Texas again? What am I am honestly, so there's a lot of reasons not to live in California. But move to Dallas. I might. So I definitely wouldn't want to go to Austin again, I don't think. And I don't want to go to Houston. But I've never been to Dallas. And Dallas is like north enough that you can go to other places in the US as well. You know, you're not like in the middle of Texas. Here's the problem. So San Francisco, I've lived in San Francisco for many years out of the past many years. And its best days were, 1996 to 1999 or something. And now that there's a giant budget crash and San Francisco has a huge shortfall, it ain't never going to regain those glory years. North is just Oklahoma. I don't know. I'm a little old for this now, but like the whole like brown-haired, freckled Oklahoma girl thing, like I'm into that. That's my thing. So, yeah. So, and I mean, the thing is, look, things have changed a lot in the past year. I thought about it this way today to myself, right? I was like, okay, if people go nuts in the US, and like, let's not quite say that we hit a civil war, but let's say people just start passing crazy laws in different places, in different directions. Would I want to be on the California side of that, or would I want to be on the Texas side of that? Because I sort of feel like those are, like New York is kind of irrelevant. Like it's got a lot of people, but New York doesn't do anything for the future, right? So like if it's California and Oregon versus like, Texas and Georgia or somewhere. Georgia's got some technology. I kind of don't want to be on the California-Oregon side of that. Like, I just don't think that's going to be good. Colorado, yeah, Texas-Colorado axis. So even though I was born in California and I like California in some ways, what I like about California is past California. I don't think I like present California that much. So, okay, we have to de-purple our sun here. That's like, You know, the problem with California is ever since they turned the sun violet, it's just not been the same. You know? All right. Is the idea that the wave particle properties can be edited per ocean/level? Yep, something like that. Are restaurants in Dallas open at this point? Like, I realize you're probably not going to places, but when I went to Vegas a couple weeks ago and you actually could like go out to restaurants and stuff, it was a good party. Yeah, Austin, again, Austin's best days are in the past because it's scaled up hugely, but it didn't. Like, Austin needs some freaking boring company tunnels, you know? And it might be too wet for that or something. 25%, do you mean 25% occupancy or 25% of all restaurants are open? It's really hot down in South. I mean, I lived in Austin and it was fine. And I imagine Dallas is probably not a lot cooler than Austin, but slightly. Let's see what the weather's like right now in Dallas. Oh, 90s. All right. Well, it's pretty high. What's it like in Austin right now? Oh, 90s. Higher than Dallas. 100, 104. Yeah. So Dallas is a bit cooler than Austin. Yeah, I mean, if it's hot 2.5 months a year, but you have a really nice place, you know, then it's great. Because I like hot. If I can go outside in hot for a bit, like that's nice. It makes you feel alive, right? San Antonio is pretty low key, yeah. I've never been there, actually, but I don't know, man. It's like I was going to go get some guns today now that maybe the rage has died down. And then I realized, oh, I still don't have the right in California, you need to either have a real ID or a really old California ID to buy a firearm. And I have neither of those right now. I have like a regular new California ID, which is good enough to drive, but not good enough to do other things with. So like, I don't know. I'm kind of sick of that. Does a passport not work? No, passport doesn't work. Because it's not about, here's the thing you have to realize. It's not about actually knowing who you are. It's about making this kind of weapon as annoying as possible to get so that they can reduce the number of people who buy them. That is what it is. You were going to get your gun permit in California? You don't really need a permit unless you're going to concealed carry, which I don't care about. I'm not interested in doing that at this time. I just want to be able to work on weapon skills. Like I want to be able to go to a range, you know, with something that I'm used to and like practice with it, you know. And I can't even do that right now. I can't, yeah. What was I eyeing? I mean, maybe a SIG X5 for a pistol, and then a Radiant Model 1 for an AR, except you have to do a bunch of stuff with it to make it California compliant. But if I move to Dallas real fast, then I don't have to do that, right? Could go buy a 5.56 today and go to a range 5 miles away. I know, dude. I know. Dude, like the first time I went to Burning Man, it was full of guns. All right. That's not the picture of Burning Man that you have today, but like people did like drive-by stuffed animal shooting at Burning Man. I remember that event. This was in 1995, back when Burning Man was fun. You can only buy a gun in California when the sun is purple. Yeah. They passed a law now where you have to get a background check to have ammunition, to buy ammunition in California. You can't have it mail ordered. You have to go to a firearm dealer, get a background check in order to buy 9 mil or whatever. Like, yeah. Does our company have a physical office in San Francisco? Yes, it does. How old was I? First time I went to Burning Man, I was 24. Guns terrify you but it's because you think almost no one has guns. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can see that. I would say, here's the thing, people who are anti-gun, fine, I totally get it. I totally get why people are anti-gun. I'm not even sure. So here's the thing. I'm not sure if it would be better if we got rid of guns in America or not. I'm honestly, of course, the Constitution says you can't. We could, of course, change the Constitution if we wanted to. If we could get agreement on that, which we won't, because a lot of people want them. I'm not sure if from a utilitarian standpoint, it would be better in the long run to do that or not. But while they're legal and permissible part of being in the US, it's an interesting thing to be able to do and train on and skills to build and just experiences to have that you can't have in most other countries in the world, right? You could go join the Israeli military or, join a military in your nearest country, but that's a whole different experience than just doing a firearm, right? So yeah. I think it's interesting. It's like, if you have that opportunity in your life, it's just interesting. That's all. Would I ever make a game that has firearms in it? Maybe, but it's just, there's enough other people doing that I don't really need to do. There's not ever going to be a shortage of games with guns. So I don't need to. We still have SOAD. What's that? Soda. Wait, what? Oh, you mean, I thought you meant you don't have it in Houston. I was like, what? But you mean, we still have it. It's just taxed or whatever. Is it taxed? I don't drink soda really for the most part, except in celebration of that. I do have a couple of them. I actually, once in a while when I get Uber Eats, if I feel bad that the order's too small, I add so I have a ginger ale and a Coke and a few other things. But usually I drink tea. But I'm going to have a very European or Asian size Izzy sparkling peach soda. Could make the first puzzle game where you have to build different firearms. Actually, Escape from Tarkov has firearm building missions where you have to build a thing that satisfies certain constraints. And actually, George was on stream when I was playing some of these, and I was like, dude, an indie developer could just make the game that is this part, like the gun dealer game where you have to make the right firearm, and it just has all the different, an equivalent number of things that are in Escape from Tarkov, and you just like do that. Did I play the latest patch? No. I might go back to Tarkov in like a year or two, but I can't deal right now. Someone hire you? What do you do? What do you do that you want people to hire you? Okay. Well, I've just put on my list to ask about what do I do about this. We're not going to worry about the intensity of the specular right now. We're just got some specular. How do you sample GPU performance? There are typically API calls that tell you that or something. I don't know. I don't know how it's being done right now. I didn't do that. I think, though, that's not, like, I think we're just frame locked, right? Which is why that number is what it is. Okay, let's actually make the particles a little bit smaller because I don't think we need as much overdraw as we have. Oh wait, we scale it actually here. Like, I don't know why, like, that's pretty weird. Apply radial gradient. I don't know what that is. I don't think we're using this height. Yeah. I see. I see. Okay, anyway. So all this is not really being used. And then yeah, we've been remote for a while. It's been illegal in California to work in an office for a while, you know? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Um, so this is all not really in use right now. This is weird. This should like all this stuff should be getting done by the compute shader. Like this stuff can all get refactored around, I guess. Okay. What was I even gonna do? I forgot. I came back here to do something in this shader. Don't remember what it was. Oh, we didn't need the particles to be as big. But honestly, right. Honestly, we shouldn't really do that here. Let's do this here. Really? Okay. What's happening is someone wrote this and didn't really know how the particle system works. Like we're interpolating the scale in the shader. All right, fine. We're going to have to clean this up. So it's ignoring the scale in the actual particle system entity. That's why I was so confused. So like that should be substantially less fill rate. I mean, we could even, let's just force it to fail where we see a lot of empty space. Like that, you're starting to see holes between the particles here, but maybe that's okay. Like maybe it's visually interesting for now. I don't know. Okay, wait, no, this isn't, I've been psyching myself out. I decided to push it really far. And I was like, wait, this isn't doing anything. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so vertex shader. Okay, so one reason why this is weird is I've been using this particle scale. Oh no, here we go. Wait, what? Okay, so we have two random factors. It is using the sizes generated by, okay. So here we see we have a bunch of waves of uniform size, and you can tell that they're the same size, right? We want to avoid that. But like there's I don't know. Maybe particle random A is weird. So let's just make this small. That's really small. That's probably like it's mapping out to nothing, you know, or something. There's 0.5. That's little. So really what we want to do come on. Come on, guys. What is your major malfunction? All right. So those are pretty big. I just want to get a size down here. Like first we'll get good wave variation. But like the whole reason, so in the actual particle source, you can control the distribution of sizes and stuff. And that's valuable. And like that's not being used here, which is kind of annoying. The other thing I would say is the rivers are a little too straight, but we could fix that. These are still a little too uniform. So that's tiny. Okay. So here the little particles are just being dwarfed. All right. We're just going to leave this like this for now. Should be about the same. And then what's the deal? Particle scale min. Like if I change this, does this reload? See, this is not having an effect. And that's weird. Oh, that's probably set. It's okay. So those values are overridden in the material. Somewhere. Where is it? Particle scale, particle pattern, subparticle motion. I don't know how to get at those. Because those are for... Let me see. Water. Particle render. There we go. Yes, okay. So my values are being overridden. Which is why editing them up there did not do anything. Save. All right. These somehow look a lot worse than they did. I messed it up. Okay. Let's actually get a little bit in the way of bigger waves. This is something we want to be tunable later, but so the problem right now is if you look, you can see, we'll tweak this later, but you can see an entire texture like fade out at once. And so we're going to want like the wave phase to vary over the texture or something. We'll see. Let's hit a few other things though. So let's figure out the tint map on the ocean. Okay, this probably isn't right. Vertex tint UV should honestly just be like vertex UV. I mean, we'll deal with maybe offsetting later, but I don't... We don't even use tint map UV, bro. Right. Tint UV. It's not even used. Not even used. It is the regular UV. Tint sample. So surface color is not even really being used for some reason. Wait, you're multiplying it twice? I mean, maybe. Got to put a comment about why if you're going to do that. I think it's a mistake. Vec3, blue. So base color is being used. So this tint sample really is not working. For some reason. Why? Because the UVs are weird. I guess. Well, let's just do the standard thing to find out UVs, right? So we're going to say base color dot is vertex UV.x. Zero dot zero. God, it's so stupid, guys. Didn't matter. That wasn't really the problem. Okay, so I mean, that maybe looks right. It's hard to tell. If vertex uv.x is greater than 0.5, base color.r is 0.3. That should give us a hard line. Wait. I mean, this looks pretty cool and all, but like, yeah. Hold on. Base color is 0 here. Frame lag. So it might just be that the, I don't know. So I think our UVs are weird, right? Okay, so there we go. So our UVs are greater than minus 0.5. Are they greater than 0? Yes. Are they greater than 0.1? No. 0.05. So the whole UV of this thing is in a really weird range. Why? I would make a bitchin' blood orange skin shader. I mean, it is fun how things look when you do graphics sometimes, you know? All right. How is vertex UV? That's just given. So because I am generating the mesh for this, is it just that I'm an idiot? Or is something happening to it? Like literally, it's not mentioned until here. Which means it should be the input UVs. So let's try the y coordinates. Oh, the y coordinates are all greater than 0.03. Really? Oh, here we go. Okay, so the UVs that we're getting, never mind. The UVs that we are getting are the weird UVs for the gameplay flow map. Which is much smaller. I was thinking of like just this quad, but I remember now that we give the flow map UVs. Maybe we shouldn't do that way, but that's okay. So this doesn't tell me yet why the hell So we should have this. Oh, the tint sample, right. The tint sample is being sampled by vertex UV, which is totally effed, right? So do we use vertex UV to get the gameplay map? Gameplay UV. No, we use vertex position. So if I say up here, like vertex UV times equals 5, does that work? Oh, you can't do that. Can we do it? Well, you know what? I mean, if nobody else uses it, then I just know that we could change it. Like, that's fine. I'm just confused about why. I'm actually confused about why it's the other thing, but okay. Let's go look at it. So when I make the ocean, which I just did the other day, yeah. I just closed Twitch chat for some reason, so I have to get back over there. But by the time you hear me say this, it will be open, so don't say anything terrible. Okay. Procedural mesh. We put some UVs here. And this is not what we want at all. We just want to go like this. Just like everybody always does. Okay. It almost looks claymation-y the way it fades out. Okay, so I'm gonna go back over here. Hey, there we go. That's our tint map. Remember that? Wasn't that nice when we had that? Well, now we do. Did I ever find out the answer to my question about how to debug shaders in Insight? No, I just didn't look into it. As you know, I have a relatively low tolerance for tool jank. And so I just said, F you, buddy. Okay, so I still don't know why the ocean is made out of metal in terms of its specular. We got the tint map though. So now one thing that I think is missing, I mean, before we even work on wave quality, which is of course its own thing, I feel like there's some life missing here in terms of like I think we want some color in the water. We want color in the water. Okay, we want normals on the water because that's sexy video game water. But we want color on the water as well. And that's another thing. Let's go back here. This is all messed up right now, but I actually don't remember how this water was done. I don't mean the color part, but the normal part. I think it's just like a couple of noise patterns like scrolling with respect to each other or something. Like, I mean, there's obviously some displacement map happening here, which is kind of nice. So like we want to integrate aspects of this eventually. So like that's not even that dense of a grid. So like the plan is, well, I don't know what the plan is, but you could imagine, for example, if you wanted to, this would be an extreme style difference, but you could imagine having this in far ocean, right? And then the river simulation on rivers, and then a transition band between them where we just like blend or whatever. I don't think we want to be that extreme in terms of having them be different, but we certainly could do such a thing. We're not really simulating water very much right now, so no, we're not using fancy smarty pants equations. Okay, so what I actually want to fix though is the color different now, or is it just me? The sun color or the specular color? It's so weird. Let's make the depth fade a little less severe by default. Actually, okay. I mean, So right now we're using alpha blend. We don't really want to do that. We want it to be well, we want to output okay, so even though the alpha is 1, because the water, the refraction operation on the water is supposed to sample everything under it, right? And so the water itself is sort of opaque, even though it's not, right? What are our blend funcs? All right. Oh, wait, we don't need this. What am I doing? It's almost like I think I'm in C. Supposed to happen. Really? Do we like look this up by name? That's weird, but not the weirdest. Is this a technique from the paper? No. Why do people keep asking that? No. I mean, I know I said yesterday that I was going to do it today, but no. If renders, oh, it's too lowered. Parse enum. Disable. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Disable. All right, so it is really kind of very opaque now, much more than we want. So there we can see more. see more butts. Why can't I duplicate the same blend I used for the old water? Like, dude, this is not about duplicating things. It's about finding out what the final game, how it should work. I don't know what you mean by same blend we used for the old water. Like, what? What? Okay, anyway. So now we can kind of see the bottom there. It's kind of suggested. We can see the things. Just pour water into your monitor. Yes. We could have very clear water if we want to, or moderately clear. Could have less clear. Let's actually change this on the material. So this is going to be called instead of depth fade min and depth fade max. Oh, actually, hold on. See, it's kind of nice, isn't it? See, when you work on a game, eventually it's not that bad. Eventually, see, and this doesn't even have real graphics on it. This is cubes and some crappy sine waves that you saw me do earlier today, and a gradient bitmap that goes from blue to green. Like, it can get so much better than this with just these tools. Okay. It is too shimmery. Yes, I agree. I mean, that's probably a factor that we want to be able to tune, right? Like, if somebody wants to make a level that's crazy shimmery, that's fine. Okay, so we're going to call this murkiness. Going to rename that. Okay, so if murkiness is 10, then it's like I can't see anything. And if murkiness is like 1, then it's like I could see a little bit. All right, what if it's 0? What if it's minus? I don't think this is meaningful, but whoa, okay, that's trippy. That's, if you want to do space giraffe level, yeah. That's some Jeff Minter stuff right there. Okay. So we're gonna like put these up. Water settings. Okay, this fade depth is not right. So we're going to say murkiness. Let's just say 12 just in case. Oh, I guess you don't need the greater than. All right. So that should put that in the materials. And then fade min and fade max. Like, what if we just turn the murkiness up to a... Uh-oh. I guess once we do this... What a pain in the butt. Oh no, because we have this down here. Okay. So that murkiness, and then... All right, well... All right. So we could have a min of something where it like, oh, we're still very murky. Let's put this back at 0. So this is like, you have some amount of murkiness, but it doesn't get worse with distance. Okay. So we're going to put that out there. I don't know what to call that. Minimum fade isn't a very good name. This is gone. Shore depth, I don't know. Okay. So I want to add a little bit of a, like in the valleys here, we could try using okay. See, the problem with this is it doesn't frickin' give me the height, you jerk, so I can't use it for anything else. And that's not good because I want to use it for other things. So let's get the height. So my height currently range 0 to 1. Particle buffer color map. Frag UV. All right, and then I really don't like abbreviations like this. I broke something. Great. I need to fix the line numbers. Whoops. Thought I passed that. All right. So we have this now, and so I'm just gonna use that to multiply the surface color. Whoa. Yeah, that's nice. Valley scale. There we go. So that's it's a little extreme. So we're doing sort of what would you call it? It's just a little bit of what do you call it? What do you call it when you do occlusion in a local neighborhood on a mesh? We're simulating that. We're saying, like, look, the lower you are in the height field, the less irradiance you're going to get. Anyway. Are those shader annotations for the editor? They're for the material panel in the editor, yeah. You might have seen me pop that open a couple times. All right, so now our problem is like at this setting, I think this is a neat setting to have a lot of levels for, but you know, the actual rivers are the gameplay rivers are not very visible. So I want to have a separate control for those. You know? Screen space ambient occlusion, no. Ambient occlusion, yes, is what I meant. It's like a very poor man's ambient occlusion. And I mean really poor. Like really poor. They're far more visible when not backed by the grid below. That is true, but you don't want to depend on that, right? And so what do we do here? We say there's some factor that we are using. I guess it could be a separate murkiness, right? Like river murkiness. So where we say murkiness, actually depth fade min, we'll say river fade min is like O.2. All right. And what we're going to do we're going to say fade min is mix depth fade min, river fade min by, we should have like an inflow. Unit magnitude inflow. All right, so see that? It's more solid. Let's make it 0.5. Okay, that didn't change it. Point 0.9. Like, we're going to want to do something better for that eventually, but yeah. Yeah, so I guess once we save this out, we can't edit this up here, which is kind of sucky. Anyway. Also, on this level, I could make the river color different. It looks really weird if it's too much. Stream really justifies using in-house game engines. We have so much freedom compared to using Unreal, Unity, etc. Well, yes, that is one advantage to doing it. Debarcate it by some sort of turbulence. Yes, I think that's a good idea. I think that's absolutely a good idea. And I think that would have several forms. It would involve particles maybe, and stuff. It would involve stuff. Okay, even though this is cute, I think we turn the default murkiness for this material up. Let's test that actually now. Like, did it reload? Whoops. I keep wanting to. Water settings. Murkiness. Oh yeah, oh look at that. So since the murkiness went up, we'll turn the... Yeah, it was at 0.2 because that was the first. See, when I crank it way up, it doesn't help as much as you would think. All right. Whoops. Save that material. So yeah, I definitely agree that, well, I mean, you don't really want them to be the same color as they are here, but yes, you want, additional stuff. So like we could just generally make it brighter. So, so when we say base color, where's that? 1 plus that. See that? That's how you make it stand out, mofo. I mean, at some cost, that's a little much. Please make you a chai. I don't have milk. Maybe you can put particles on the river. Yeah, I mean, all that kind of stuff will happen. Like even the waves that we have here are still even far from just talking about the actual waves that we're going to have. But we put those in and then, yeah, we'll have particles flowing. Like if you remember our old particles, we can have little bits and stuff like that, like bubbles and whatever. So now, before doing that, though, right, the thing about these waves is they're just the normal map. So, like, I want to see some color moving around at the same time, right? So that might be what we do next. Let's formalize this parameter here, though. We'll call it river extra glow. I don't know. River extra glow. And float river. It shouldn't go here. Water settings. River extra glow is, we'll set it to 0.3. Min equals 0, max equals, I don't know, 1 is fine. All right, there we go. But yeah, putting a border around it for sure. Actually, you notice like the foamy grid lines that we draw are not really there at all. So I want to look at that. Like maybe we just strengthen those up for now along the edges. Like, I mean, we could just go bananas, like here, where we say, see here we're kind of looking for a transition. We say if it's less than 0.2, make it 0. If it's greater than 0.3, make it 1. So that's where we get this little band in here from. And we could use that band to do something with. And what's that something? Well, for now, we can just use the grid lines, I think. And how do we do that? Grid. Gameplay grid. Grid is 1. Okay, we're not using this yet. Let's just use it for a minute down here. Okay, so grid grad, what did we just call that? can't do that. Okay, that sort of just gave us a really thick line, but that's fine. And it's not very bright. Boom. Wow. Let's see what that looks like when we drop something in, because I mean, there's not really ambiguity about where it is. Can I please share some of my Kung Fu experience? Well, like what? What do you want to know? I did a Kung Fu demonstration on Edmund McMillan's wife in a bar once and had to grab her arm so that she didn't fall down. That's a game development story for you. How did I find a teacher? I went to the local school. I didn't actually look that hard. Okay, so like, we really wanted. I don't know what these different, like there's so much stuff here that I don't quite know what it is right now. Like what's Ripple's mask? I don't think that's the right thing. NZ1, NZ2. That's cool. It's a little bit low frequency, but so we could do this. All right, so we have noisy grid UV. We could use that to figure out inflow. That didn't work. Wait, times 6? What? No, why am I putting a times 6? Why is there a times 6 on a UV coordinate? That must not actually be a UV anymore. All right, whatever. Let's actually, hold on. I mean, that's better for now. It's not a super good. Okay. Next. Let's actually make this so the level of the noise needs to correspond to the flow map extents. Right. So that at least scales it proportionally. And now we can scale that down. We won't be with numbers like 20 zillion. Right. I still don't know why. No, you know what it should be? See, the thing is the noise function is random. We don't really want random. We want complexity. What do we now have, again, that is not the noise function? We have the wave heights. All right? Uh-oh. My height undefined. Oh, frag view UV. come on, I fucking hate this part of these programming languages. What? Oh, we're in the wrong shader. We really want these things to be down here. Okay. So, great. Seemingly. Now what? Well, we can use the height instead of adding noise to this. Well, so we have a one-dimensional value, or the two-dimensional value of the normal. Let's just use that. So down here where we compute the normal, particle normal stir, abbreviations, man. So we're going to put all this down up here. There we go. Now you're playing with power. Okay. Why would you put minus? That's weird. Don't do that. It's the wrong thing. Normal stir. Okay. So we're going to go to the materials. We're going to make it. There we go. It is 1. Great. Why is it not as intense as it was? Achoo. Okay. So we have this normal. Dot xy. And instead of doing this noise, we're going to say just this for a second. Like, check it out. Look how much better that is than frickin' noise. See what I'm saying? Like, on the one hand, it's a powerful thing to use noise in shaders. On the other hand, it is not a powerful thing. Like this, look at the difference between these things, right? Same idea. We want to perturb this border. Here we're perturbing it with the wave height, or sort of, with the normal, right? And you just see that it's correlated. Your brain sees the correlation of these two things. Actually, it's a little bit weird because it's almost like it's under, but not quite. And here is with noise. We can even ramp up the noise to make it, because I think the other one was more animated. The thing is, this noise like animates kind of slowly. We could speed up the noise, I guess. I don't know. But like, it just, look at that. It's not the same. So compare that to the following. Right? Noise or complexity. Complexity wins every time, man. Complexity wins every time. It's not even a contest. Now that said, I do think this is a little bit weird and I want to improve it, but you see what I'm saying? Like we could almost tone it down like a lot. We could try putting it in the opposite direction. I don't know if that helps. That seems a little weird to me. What if we amp that way up? Doesn't seem that different, actually. Anyway, way better than what we had. For sure. We're just improving it step by step. What's going on with shadows on yellow underwater cube? What are you talking about? It's an energy cube. It doesn't cast shadows. It's made out of energy. The yellow cube looks a little funky. Why? The refraction looks weird. Yeah, well, that's because the waves look weird and they're really extreme. Like, you see a bunch of lines. The refraction is a bunch of lines. And that's just because our wave texture is pretty weird right now. Like, if you look at it, it's a bunch of lines. So that's what you're seeing down there. We could, like, reduce the amount of refraction. Probably. Or maybe there is something about the cube that makes it more extreme, if that's what you mean. But I don't know. I mean, I think if you look at the rock next to it, it's like equally weird. It's just, it's not as bright. It's not like bright yellow. Well, oh, you know what it is also? Like this multiplication factor that I'm doing. Oh. Okay, that's weird. There's something happening maybe with the PBR. Okay, so yeah, you guys are right. There is something weird going on there. What's going on is, I think, I'm multiplying by this ambient occlusion term in the waves. And that is somehow multiplying the outward refraction, which maybe it should, because these things are bidirectional. I don't know, man. No, it shouldn't, because we're talking about the sun term. So it's a good point. that maybe shouldn't be happening. So let's see what's going on. Didn't you play Fez in first person? Fez totally had first person. Okay. I'm getting hungry for a Pop-Tart. So I'm going to put that in the toaster. So let's just see if I turn this off, right? Let's get the camera on this. So if I turn this valley scale off, oh, it didn't matter. So that's actually not what's happening. Interesting. Okay, it is something about the normal strength. It's something, okay. It's something about the PBR doing something weird. And that's a high energy thing. So I'm going to have to ask Salvador about that. Okay, we're doing okay though. This has been a good day of progress, given that we had nothing this morning. Well, we didn't have nothing, but we had a lot this morning, to be honest. But we're building on it. We're making some things happen. What happens if the energy cube goes away? That. Am I doing SSAO? No, I really do not like SSAO. It's one of my least favorite things in the whole video game graphics universe. You can always tell a Unity game with not that much thought put into the art direction when you start it up and there's just dirt in the corners everywhere. It's like they click the SSAO checkbox, turned the slider way up, and that's that, baby. Dude, SSAO is one of the worst looking things ever. It's just nasty. Escape from Tarkov uses it too, man. Ugh. On the other hand, you get instant water from SSAO. SSAO doesn't have anything to do with water, does it? Is that like ATAN 2 being for projective coordinates or whatever? What do you use for AO, like when a character is standing in a shadow? Well, if a character is standing in a shadow, depends on what you mean, but if it's a shadow, for example, I don't know, like let's make a shadow that people can stand under. Let's make this higher. Like, she just has a shadow cast on her, right? That's regular shadow mapping. If you mean more like, what do you do for like pre-computed irradiance on surfaces, like if this was a corner of a room and it's just kind of dark, but there's no explicit shadow, what do you do about that? The answer is nothing right now, but you could do the same operation for every cube in space as you do for the surfaces and just sort of multiply people by that. And we'll probably do something like that. Does the boulder go sploosh? I mean, it goes in the water. I don't know if we have a noise for it. I have sound turned off right now anyway, so, you know. Sploosh, kind of. What we really should do is I should eat my Pop-Tart while we run a Benny test. Oh, this is a debug build. Because I want to make sure that this shader like doesn't bomb out and die. So my problem is this is the last Pop-Tart. After this, I have to go out into the wild and brave the looters, the brave Antifa looters who want to steal my Pop-Tart. With their scrawny Antifa arms. They want to try to like slap me with Antifa arms to take my Pop-Tart. Blueberry or strawberry, cinnamon, bro, like, or apples and cinnamon. I don't know what it's called. Cinnamon Pop-Tart, the one true Pop-Tart. They probably burned all the Pop-Tarts. That's true. Okay. It is a lot of levels to art out. You are correct. It's It's going to be interesting when the time comes. It's going to be interesting. Is the environment art guy that was on the Witness on this game, or did he move on? There were sort of 3 or 4 environment art people on the Witness. I don't know who you mean exactly. A couple of them were guys. One of them, actually, they both the guys are doing different things now. One of them is doing his own game that Annapurna is publishing. I don't know when that'll be done, but he's been working on it for a while. And the other one is like co-running Cyan now. That he was actually a contractor during Witness Time. Then we hired him for some time on this game, but then he got the opportunity to go back to Cyan and help run it. And it's like, you don't turn that down, right? So. Do you have a plan to add co-op stuff? No, there's no co-op in this game. Abduction did have all the stuff you hated about Myst. Yeah, there was some discussion about that on the team. And I think that you'll see, I mean, they definitely want to like modernize their puzzle design more, if you know what I mean. We'll see. We'll see if that happens or how that happens, but they definitely. Some people there have expressed the desire to do that. Put it that way. this is slowed down, could you see all the movement? Yeah, you would be able to. What's the percentage of levels filled with final art? Very low. Like, none of the levels are totally done. There was one fail. What does it mean? It means that level failed. It means that level failed. Is this as fast as it can go? Approximately. Like the bottleneck right now is the renderer. It's just a very slow renderer because we're using OpenGL and we haven't invested in making it go fast in GL, and it doesn't really make sense to invest in making that go faster because we're not going to ship on GL. So yeah. Are you still adding levels? Yeah, we're still adding levels. Are we adding game mechanics in a small way? Like, we know what the game is about. We know what all the major elements are, but sometimes we find holes in what we're doing. And then we fill stuff. Okay, so that kind of seems okay. I'm going to do an interim check-in. If there's not a no check-in, which there may well be. Oh, yeah. Are there really 553 levels? Yeah, there'll be more than that in the final game, probably. We don't mess around when we make video games. I don't know who you think you're talking to here. We don't... You know, we don't... Okay, since I was talking about complexity and adding normals in, so here's the thing. We could go back and add a little bit, like a very slight amount of noise back. Or in fact, okay, let's get the game running again. Before we do that, so with these grid lines, they're like totally noise right now, right? We could dampen the amount of noise and add in some of the wave normal, right? That'll be hopefully better. Let's see. Did I move that up here? No. So noisy grid UV. And then what? I need more lines. Noisy grid UV. I kind of don't know. I guess it's here. And why are we sampling it from the texture? Oh, is that the color? Wait, what? Masks texture. Oh, we like pre-computed. Really? Why? Anyway. Will there be $1 million cash prize for whoever platinums the game first? Probably not. But you never know. You never know. I've been prepping for an Amazon interview and remembered how I mentioned that programming with autocomplete makes you worse programming. You tried turning it off completely for almost a week. See how you'd feel. You have to say I noticed market improvement, your ability to recall things when compared to programming with it on. Yeah. I mean, there's probably a happy medium. The real problem that I have is current autocompletes that everybody uses are like, they're not designed for people to concentrate. Like old style shell autocomplete in the early Unix days, or the middle Unix days when I used it, you could often autocomplete and you knew what it was going to complete to. It's just you're saving yourself typing. And you might be wrong once in a while, and that was annoying. But usually you could like hit tab and you knew what that was going to result in. And so you could just hit tab and keep typing, right? Which is very different from like, what am I going to call? You know? So first one to platinum will get a gold-plated chai machine. That is a good idea. That is a good idea. Okay. If I turn this to 1, what happens? Nothing. 0. What? Oh, God. I don't understand. I don't understand what this is. Okay. This is totally undocumented. Okay, grid color add. Right. Okay. All right. Okay, so I was expecting to see this then more on the waves. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oops. So like, I don't understand, and there are no comments in this code. So masks texture is probably a thing that you use to style the ocean, right? Let's see. Materials. Right? Yeah. Okay. So this is a thing that we just like read from. Okay, the grid is just in the texture. The bubbles are in the texture and the grid is in the texture. Okay. So the grid is in the blue channel and it's just painted, which is weird. I kind of don't. I mean, I guess that gives you the beginning of some style because it's not completely straight. But if you, yeah, I guess so. Okay, so we read the blue channel. Let's actually just do this to the UV first as well. We're going to take out the noise, the normal noise, for a minute. Okay. So that grid does not appear to be moving very much based on the waves for some reason. There we go. Oh, I guess right, because we're dealing with very different scales. And then we'll add back in some of the noise. What was that at? 03, right? Yeah, that's huge. It's a lot of noise. It's a little bit of noise. So it's some noise, some wave perturbation. It's all going to change drastically in character later. It's just, this is another small way of making the waves more visible. Let's make the default murkiness heavier. I mean, I like having it very clear, but so what we really want to do, instead of offsetting these just by the normal coordinates, you actually want to do a displacement map thing where you like look at the camera vector and you raise it by that amount. But that's annoying. So we might just have to do that later. I don't want to do it right now. Yeah, we're not doing that paper probably. It's just not, it's an interesting paper. I don't think it's necessary for what we want to do in this game. That water looks a lot better than it did yesterday. Yep, that's the power of sitting down and working on your video game. Do not doubt. Water gains, yes. Today we have made water gains. And we're going to continue making water gains. Okay. So now I want to make this work in the editor. So is when you're in the editor, you can see the particles. So who calls add default ocean particles? Okay, so we don't do this for the editor. But we do want to mark these maybe we'll make a command to reset the ocean particles. I don't know. All right. So we're here. We're in the editor, load. Yeah. So now we probably, okay, we do have particles. Oh, there they are. Wait, they took a second. Okay. Well, I dig it. Well, that's that then. Um, so I want the ability to have more particles that are ocean particles. Like it's called foam, but that's not really what I want, right? Okay. Two things we could do next. One is add some ocean particles. Two is well, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I want to be able to have like edge particles along the surface. So we don't have to have this big line. And I want to be able to have... And the thing is, these things, they're not quite as static. Like we basically need to have procedures that know what to do with these somehow. Like if I want to just make if I want to make a particle source that like just causes little nuggets to appear in the stream and they last for a while and then they disappear. Kind of like with these waves, but like visible. Well, like you want the number of nuggets to be proportional to the number of squares and to pick them randomly in an appropriate way, the number of like active ocean squares. So you know, you don't want it to be just like some totally data-driven particle system. It needs to be hooked into a part of the engine that knows what is going on. And yeah, like we want to know when you boot up a level that has an ocean in it, where all the squares are, so that we could like randomly pick. And that's just going to be some extra data on the entity manager, right? All right. So let's see, now that we have this, oh boy. That's not what we want. We do want one of these though. Something, what's our 10 by 10? Great size. What a wonderful size. All right, so now this isn't actually seemingly doing anything. Probably because that didn't exist when we loaded it. Are we like doing? So one question I have is, why is this? Oh, there we go. So we can see our blocks through here. That's fine. Whoa. Oh, goddamn. Why am I running the build that I know doesn't work? Why am I running the build that I know doesn't work? Let's try this again. Whoa. Yeah, it's not a good angle for editing. Let's see. That's not a good angle. Is this even the right number of squares? I don't know. Let's see. Almost. Almost. So I can kind of see the ocean there through the thing. Why can I not see particles? That is a mystery. Possibly because we see that this is flagged And so we don't start it. And we also don't create one, annoyingly, right? So this, we can deflag. Let's just see what happens there. Gotta have a hot tub in your video game, guys. Everyone knows that. Well, I don't really see waves, but I don't, like, what happened to all the waves? Oh, because I'm probably, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm ready to give up on game development now. It was a good run. How do I personally balance the optimization priority with feature content progress? It depends. Like, with the compiler, speed is a deliverable, so I prioritize it more. With the game, it's more like we'll be able to optimize later, but we need to keep it running reasonably so it doesn't get into anyone's way. It's a different attitude for each thing. Okay. Like, what is going on? Why now are we so sad that we simply have no anything happening here? All our particles are lost like tears in the rain. Okay. Okay. Like tears in the rain. So those particles work. Just not the ones that we want. Okay, why? If I go here and I reflag this as run on GPU, maybe it'll matter. It did. That's weird. Okay. Well, I mean, if all else fails, just, oh, I should have done it. Just step through and see what's wrong, and it's going to be something obvious. Actually, what we really want to do is step through. Okay, this is weird. Okay, I guess my primary mission is to figure out why this didn't work, I guess. Trying to just think about what's the least messy. Okay, let's just start building understanding. We're going to go back here. We're just going to figure this out. It's a minor victory if we figure out what is going on. Where is the frickin'... Okay, we're going to deflag this. Save it. That's not going to actually affect this for now, I think. Nope. But if I rerun, it will not do it. Nope. Nope. Okay, so we're going to start this up. That's the particles level. Oh, that's weird. How many times are you going to call this? The hell? Oh, we're okay. Never mind. No wonder. Okay. Casey demo. Great. KC demo. We get some sources. We say run on GPU, source geometry, do these things. Oh, God damn it. We have a control M in the file or something. That's just Remedy being confused. All right, so we did that. We did that. Okay. So then when we're drawing, okay, well, we apparently have no particles with run on GPU set, even though we literally set that. Particle source. Why is it false? Oh, probably, no, because we don't. Wait, is that this? Did I edit the source instead of the? No. I mean, come on, bro. Let's try this again. Gonna start it. Whoops, I forgot to put my breakpoint. There we go. We're gonna start it. It's not the right. Okay, KC demo. We're gonna go down to here. Now, first of all, okay, there is only one. Interesting. Okay, so run on GPU. We set a data breakpoint. Does somebody change this? Oh, address. All right. Nope. Wait. Okay, we're just not done yet. Okay, so maybe what we're dealing with is a clone of the thing, and like, I don't know. So the old address, it's the same address. Why is it false now? We set a breakpoint. Let's try that again. Maybe it's something really weird. Okay, we didn't set our breakpoint correctly. Again. Wait. We didn't make any. What? Oh, we're on the wrong level. All right. So this one is Casey demo. We're gonna do one probably. Run on GPU. False. I mean, we do set it to true. Do we not? We return an array of pointer to particle source. I mean, something funny is going on here, though, because the lines don't match. And I'm not sure why. See, it did correctly set these. It just didn't set... Didn't set run on GPU. Did we not say true? This is very strange. It's very strange. Today is National Chocolate Ice Cream Day. We're going to have an American Civil War because National Peppermint Ice Cream Day is much better than National Chocolate Ice Cream Day. I can't even believe that you would demean peppermint by celebrating National Chocolate Ice Cream Day. Ocean Man is secretly flipping that bit. He could be. I am a creamist. Yeah. Well. Okay. Normalize this relative to the number of parts. What is going on? Okay, we're just going to go back there. This is like, is there a compiler bug? Is there just a, what? Like, this is very strange. Unable to parse a statement because I've got a junk character at the beginning because I can't type. Okay. Pointer. It says, now it's true. Wasn't true before. You know what? I bet that wasn't even compiled in somehow. I bet Visual Studio or something. Let's just go back to this, and I bet it actually is fine. And like, we didn't succeed in the game industry because we didn't save the file or whatever. Well, now it works. GG's. I probably didn't save the file correctly. Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out the least messy way to do this. Because, like, look. In the particles, like, there's a prototype of this particle system in the particles level. No, I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. Maybe it's not fine. How do I want this to work? So we've got this thing. Oh, look, it works now. Great. So, I mean, I'm kind of getting tired for the night, but I'm pretty sure I messed up something in the wave motion. I'm gonna have to debug that at some point. What is the problem now? Okay, so now, so all that's going on is I want to start adding more kinds of particles, right? So like, regardless of what the water simulator is and what the wave shape is, I'm going to want like, here's some little debris bits that just flow along in the water that you can style per level, you know, and those will be actually particles, right? Not like pretend wave particles, but like this is just stuff that's in the water, right? And I mean, it's a really stupid thing, but like I'm just trying to think about how do I want to set that up, right? So on this particles level, you didn't used to see particles in the editor before, and so now you can. So like these are actually running, or you would see these, but you wouldn't see these. So now you see these. And now I want to add some doohickey boppers. Why does that go way out there? I don't know. So yeah. I want to maybe add some of those particles in here. And then I just need to think about like, how do those hook up? Because right now, you know, we're cloning these. And there just needs to be a whole thing. There needs to be all this tracking that is not in yet, right? So like, hey, I want to spawn these particles at the edges of the known river segments, right? Or I want to spawn these particles, you know, inside the water and whatever. And so there just needs to be structure around that. Because like a generic, like right now the particle systems are just like totally generic. And so they can have obviously string tags on them that say like, oh, this is the one that does the thing. But then we still need to make the system for doing the thing. That's all. And so part of that was when you load a level, I think, so when you load a level, we trigger this thing that says make the default ocean particles. And it's got this stupid check at the beginning, but maybe this is fine. I think maybe we leave that. And we don't mess with this even. I think we're fine. Honestly, I think we're fine. I think there's no problem. Let's just try restarting the game and making sure I didn't break anything. So I guess I want to do something now like just track what are the coordinates of all the squares. I could try to RLE it or something for big maps, but even so, the biggest one with the most river is Skipping Stones. Whoops. Which is big enough that we're not going to want to run. Like for all these little levels, we just run all the particles, right? For this one, we are not going to want to run all the particles all the time. So we will instead want to, I could fix the frame lag in the particle camera for some reason. We will want to like somehow like, you know, dynamically switch and reinstantiate particles as you move from screen to screen. I don't know. This, I'm going to worry about actually handling this later, but like, yeah. Oh, we can't even see the frickin' rivers on here right now? Okay, well, rip. Rip. There we go. Okay, so at least you could sort of see the rivers now. We are running the particles, interestingly. Oh my God. We must actually, with my new code here, be making like all the particles. Yes, we are. So we don't want to do that, but we currently are. That is why we are at between 12 and 18 FPS. All right. Are we using a shared vertex buffer for what? For the particles? I guess so. Like we're actually spawning the particles on the CPU, which is not really the play. Yeah. Now we're modifying it on the CPU every frame right now. That is, it is not what you want. So I think instead of having a totally straight wavefront, if we modify it so that it's like squiggly in a different way than it is right now, like that can help with all this perception of straight lines everywhere. Like if it's more like a forward, like a crescent shape or something. Can I explain why the game is with low FPS?
I just did.
Were you not here 4 minutes ago when you said that? When I said that? Probably. Oh, Twitch chat. Okay. The answer, once again, is that there are lots more particles than we would like there to be, which maybe isn't that bad if you don't render them. But they're also in a shared vertex buffer that both the CPU and the GPU are modifying every frame many times. It's like a disaster. It's a complete disaster. And I tried to fix it at least partially, and I was not able to because OpenGL. So we just have to change the way the particles work, which is fine. I think the other thing to do is just on top of each particle. So for each wave, if we just like added a noise texture to the height output, like that would do a lot to make it seem higher frequency, I think. It might be weird, but like, you know. Okay. I'm getting hungry and I ate the last Pop-Tart. You know, I feel like I'm just losing momentum. This is the end of our second 4-hour stream. So I'm just going to do really dumb stuff for a minute. Like, just... I want to thin this line up that's around the guys. Right? So... there we go. That was an accomplishment. Accomplishment. A mint flavored accomplish. So Casey, here's a question for you. This is a magical question. Paging Casey Muratori of House Muratori in Clan Muratori. So, if you look at the little river pathways on the screen right now, right? They've got little divots in them, right? They've got little corners, hidey hole corners. And, the reason that is because it's just a texture map where I think it's 2x2 pixels per square or something like that, right? And we're just doing bilinear and thresholding the value and then saying, okay, it's either in the flow region or it's not in the flow region, right? And so you get these little divots and stuff just as a result of that. Of course, maybe I could do like higher quality textured sampling if I want to get rid of the little divots and things. But that, of course, doesn't solve all my problems. Like, for example, if I decide to make an ocean or a river go like this way and one go that way and whatever, you get weird, of course, interactions between those things. Actually, this one is good. The fact that up and down are separate is good, but it's not that controlled. And in fact, like this one is not centered, and like this one goes all the way to the edge, right? So this is not very controllable. Like using the interpolation is not very controllable. Like the reason why that's so different is because like we're interpolating the direction value because rather than just a flat, like it's stupid, right? So you're not sure you understood that explanation of the divot. Let me see if I can further elaborate. So see this, where this peaks in here. It makes a little smiley face there. But if I go to the right here, it doesn't make a smiley face, right? It just goes. The reason for that is because we have some integer value, like it's super stupid, right? We have some integer value per square that's like 0, 1, 2, 3, right? And it's in one of the channels. Maybe we use the whole range of the channel. I don't know. It might be like a floating point angle. But the point is, we're just like interpolating between squares and thresholding. I forget what the threshold operation is, but you know what I mean now, right? So you get stuff like this. This is not our stylistic choice, right? This is just what you get when you do this stupid interpolation thing, right? So, of course, I want these to look nice and I want them to be stylizable, right? And so as I think I mentioned yesterday, one of the obvious things we can do, instead of doing this stupid interpolation with this 2x2 pixel per square texture, I could actually have a higher res texture, like maybe the resolution of the frame buffer, right? And then go in and like, just like you would in a tile-based game when drawing regular tiles, just like look at what's the shape of the local area and just like draw that tile, right? And then the ocean shape can be whatever I want. That's a little bit of a pain in the butt if you want it to be a little bit organic, but you can like add your Perlin noise to your Perlin noise, to your other Perlin noise, to your cubic Perlin noise, to the thing that you sample, and it'll look beautiful, of course, when you do that. Etc. So I'm just trying to think, is there something else like that's however, like that's very stylizable, but it's also very brute force. And it's like, what do? Do you draw bitmaps, I guess, for all that stuff? And so I'm just trying to think, is there something I should do for that that's like nicer and less effort. You know, I don't know. It's probably not that well formed of a question, honestly. The question is, why don't I have more Pop-Tarts? We could always just make the texture higher res like George is saying too, but that's still, it's never going to be completely controllable in this way. It is a directional quantity, so it kind of feels like your interpolant should be directional. Oh, and then the last thing I'll say is, I guess, like we want the rounded corners to be pretty nice. They're actually not that bad right now if you ignore the divots going into them, but you know, we want control over the shape of the corner because that's a big part of style and stuff. I don't know. Although we don't want it to be too different from what it is right now because it's a game about squares. What do we mean by interpolant should be directional exactly? I mean, do you mean that it should not be a scalar? It should be... You have questions you would ask if you didn't have to try to type them in. That's fine. I mean, maybe, like, this isn't that high of a priority, honestly, compared to all the other things that can be done with water, so we could talk about it sometime later. I mean, this is a good step from yesterday, though. All you have to do is do that 20 million and a half times, and then you can ship an early access video game that's not even close to done. So what's a good way to generate, if I want a noise function for high frequency, very grainy, sandy stuff. So like with these waves that I'm generating, you know, they basically have, I'm generating like 4 different sine functions and adding them. And of course the quality can go way up, and I probably should work on that some later. But the part of the paradox is you at least want it to look high frequency, so you want to like have high frequency terms in there, but you don't want them to be, I don't know, you don't want to waste a lot of computation on that. And so I'm thinking just adding like a little height map to each particle that's just constant, and then maybe you don't notice that it's constant because the rest of it's changing. And so then if I could generate that from a seed, from a relatively fast noise function, then they could be different per particle even. Low-hanging fruit, fix the scaling on the tint map. Which scaling? So it's more world spacey. You mean the 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 you mean the depth murkiness of the water? Or what? Can you use a 1D texture map to increase the apparent frequency? Probably. That's also a good idea. I mean, that's sort of what that paper yesterday did, right? Or that you told me to go read. That's like how they got their whole optimization. You noticed that on small pools, the tint map shrunk. Okay, so that's just a content thing that I think is going to change. All it is right now is, I mean, it's really dumb, but what it is if you go to materials, right, just the tint map is there, and that just gets scaled right now to the ocean. If the ocean is not square, right, it's non-uniformly scaled. It's just, 0, 0 to 1, 1, and that's the texture. And so you would expect it to get smaller, like, so in the particles level, I think, is what you would be, that's where the hot tub is here. This should have the entire tint map, hopefully. Yeah, like it does, I think. So that's expected behavior. Is that good? Probably not. But like, there's a whole thing here that I have to work out with the art team. All right, so kind of what happened, we have this material system now, right? And it's good because you can go in the shader, you can declare these fields in the shader text file, they get exported, they automatically go into the UI here. That's all good, right? But we also have frickin' entities with fields, and you put the value in there and the thing changes. And so like, everyone just went off and did all this stuff, and there's been no thought into like, what is an entity field versus what is a material property, right? And so I think, for example, the color of the water shouldn't really be a material property, because otherwise you have to make a new material every time you want slightly different colored water, and that's stupid, right? Like, you probably want to tweak the watercolor slightly on every level if you're actually, and so I think the artists wanted to go do this, or the technical artist wanted to go do this. Well, he was working with some engine programmers to do it. Because that's what you're familiar with from like, Max or Maya or something, but it doesn't totally make sense in a game like this, where you have lots of like one-off instances where you want to tweak each one. So like, I don't know if we should just have a panel over here that's like material overrides, and then this system is hooked up to this system, and it can see those and just put in per entity changes. I don't know. But then the way that we do state updates for render states is supposed to be that there's per material changes that are in their own buffer, so you don't have to modify that constant buffer, right? So then when you draw an entity, you only update the entity ones. But then if you could override material parameters in the entity buffer, then that whole thing falls apart. But I'm not sure how much that matters anyway. The answer is to make a thing with lots of boxes that you wire together with lots of lines. What a great idea. Actually, I mean, that's not that bad of an idea for content people. I mean, I would hope to do better than the generic thing, but like, yeah, we're not going to do that right now. So this just has to get figured out. And all these things are related, right? And so you can see how like, I don't want to invest that much into like putting configuration in here about whatever. We're even like, these things are supposed to adjust the offset, and like we don't even use them. Because like, why the hell is that in the material? Like, you want to change this every level. Like, I want to line this tint map up with an island. Like, why is that in the material? It doesn't make any sense. So it's just getting figured out. So I actually, I'm going to want to have a call this week with people. Did I ever play Adventures of Lolo? No, I was not a Nintendo guy. A friend of mine had an NES. I never had an NES. I had an Atari 2600. Can I refer to some material on how to rotate a bitmap? Seems you can't find any, but maybe you're just trying. Well, what do you want to know? Do you want to know conceptually how to rotate a bitmap? Do you want to know how to blit a rotated bitmap on the screen as quickly as possible? Like, those are relatively different things, right? It's actually high hanging. Yeah, it's medium hanging fruit. Yeah. I mean, we could certainly do something. I could put something in that would change the tint map around, but like, you know. Do any of the people who work for me watch my streams? Sometimes, and then they get mad at what I say. That has definitely happened. Definitely people have gotten very mad about what I said on stream. But, sometimes, I mean, this part is fine. Like, this is just what happened. Oh, well, we have this weird thing too. This is probably buffer flailing again, because both the CPU and GPU are hitting the thing. But, like, I don't necessarily blame, or I don't even think it's negative that we're at this point where, like, we have this thing where it's like, oh, wait, it doesn't make sense to have a lot of these things be material. Like, this is just a kind of thing that happens sometimes when you're making things that are really complicated. So I'm not saying that mistakes were made to get here necessarily, but I am saying it would be a mistake to plow forward with this design because it doesn't completely make sense. So we just have to figure it out, and that's all. But getting to this point, this was a good step in trying to figure it out. And it's like, okay, it's not exactly the right thing. What's the next increment toward the right thing? You just have a 2D bitmap of a guy and you want to rotate it around its center. But what do you mean by rotate it around its center? You want to draw it on the screen? Rotate it around its center? Is it rotating smoothly over time? Like, what? Are you using OpenGL to render, or are you drawing each pixel individually? Like, all of these things change the nature of the question very much. Right? Like, if you're using a graphics API that's going to do high quality resampling and all that stuff, it's not very hard. I could actually explain to you how to do it pretty quickly. You're drawing each pixel individually, and you want to put it on the screen. Okay, that's a lot harder. I mean, basically the way that you do it is a little bit related. Like, if you saw the stream I did earlier this week about how to rasterize a triangle, it's a little bit related to that. I mean, it's easier in some ways because it doesn't involve 3D projections and weird Z varying quantities and stuff. But you still, oh, you did an episode on Handmade Hero. Okay, good. That's good. Because I actually, I've done 3D rasterization, but I've never done like 2D rotated bitmap blitting. Even though I could sort of imagine how you do it, right? And there's all the same thing. It's like, so you figure out what are the pixels occupied by the target bitmap. You visit every one. You use some math to map that back to the source bitmap, and that can be very slow math in the beginning when you're getting it working. and then you can speed it up, and then maybe you point sample at first, and then maybe you upgrade that to like a bilinear, and then maybe you upgrade that to a gamma correct bilinear, you know, whatever. Like, I could definitely sit down and do it without any external reference if I just sat down to program it. But because I haven't done it that way, I'm not the best person to explain it, right? Someone who has done it a bunch is better at explaining it than me. And you're sad because SSE doesn't have gather ops. Yeah, dude. SSE is so weird. It's like for so long, they just didn't want to help you put the values in the registers in the right places. It's like, come on, guys. It's worse than that. You can work around that. You can't work around I computed 4 addresses to fetch and now I need the texels. Yeah. Yeah. Why is the pool just slightly clipping into the floor? Because it's the magic of virtual reality. In real reality, this would not happen. Okay. Oh, yeah. Some may talk about making players feel smart, and I said that is bad. Playing Witness, that's exactly what you felt solving those puzzles without intentional. I mean, I don't know which talk you are referring to exactly, because I've said stuff like that on a number of occasions. If players feel smart, that's not what's bad, right? It's when you try to create a feeling of being smart that is empty of content, or that is just there to pander, right? That's what I object to. Pack Lily, waka 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 waka, waka waka waka. Good. Like fake randomness, kind of like fake randomness, yeah. I would say that my objections to both those things are a little bit related. Dude, I can't wait till we do a re-release of this game and it's just all frickin' ray traced, or path traced, or rod traced, or beam traced, or linear widthless scene element traced, whatever people do in the future. Can I show you a bitchin' puzzle from the game? What counts as a bitchin' puzzle? And if I spoil it for you, it's not going to be a bitchin' puzzle. No spoilerino, everybody says. A puzzle I think is dope. There are a number of puzzles that I made that I think are dope. But I'm too tired to do that right now. Maybe we'll do it a different time. I think it's time for me to... You won't be able to solve it? Well, okay, these are not Sokoban in the traditional way, right? Like... It's the same way that, like, the Witness isn't Sudoku or whatever, right? So, like, Sokoban puzzles, if you play the original Sokoban, it's sort of mostly the same puzzle, and it's about making it hard. Okay. Vanilla Sokoban, even though I enjoyed it back when I first played it, because we didn't have that much in the way of good games back then, Vanilla Sokoban is like a slightly better Towers of Hanoi, right? It's like 1 or 2 levels better than just playing quote unquote Towers of Hanoi, because it's all about like moving things and moving them back and then moving them back and moving them back. And that's not what this game's about. So that's all I have to say about that. Like, if you're not good at Sokoban, you might still be good at this game. Or not, you know. I mean, maybe you were just Herbert the entire time. I can't say. It's fine, Casey. I can go loot another mirror. Look, mirrors are free. You just go to Target and you break in. You smash the window on the way in, because that's not a mirror. What good is that? And you go in and get a mirror. And then you bring it home and then you just throw it in the water. You throw it in Jeff's swimming pool, right? This is Jeff's swimming pool right here. Boom. That is how you do that. Are the grid lines on the water less visible? I mean, it depends on what parameters you put in. Guys are saying F. Well, good night. It's time for me to go to bed as well. I'm too tired to sit here and do anything else. So thank you everybody for coming by, and we will obviously continue to do things on the game as it goes. See ya.